Hello and welcome back to the second day of the 49th Prix de Lausanne Video Edition 2021. Yesterday, our exceptional jury watched and evaluated the ballet classes of 20 talented young dancers here at the Lausanne Palace Hotel. This competition week promises to be very exciting as we are celebrating dance and art together. Thank you to our audience that watched us yesterday. We have received many positive messages, and all of our energy is being put into this Video Edition 2021. There is a detailed live streaming program on our website, www.prixdelausanne.org. And you can see this year's list of the 78 candidates, as well as this week's program. I will now let Cinthia and Jason give you the guide through this morning's video selection. Hello, Cinthia and Jason. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning, Jason. How are you?
Good, and you?
I'm very well. We will have a second very exciting day, I guess. I'm sure.
Yes, exactly. So I hope the viewers enjoyed yesterday getting to know the first 20 candidates. And we have 20 more, as well as 4 interviews will happen today.
Yes.
And I think we can start now with our world map, which will show you where the next 10 candidates are from.
Hi, I'm Maya Rose Roberts from the United Kingdom, and I'm a student from Conservatório Internacional de Ballet e Dança Nerela Sanchez in Portugal.
Hi everyone, I'm Robin from South Korea. I'm very happy to select it in Prix de Lausanne 2021.
My name is Daewon Yang, and I'm 16 years old from South Korea. I'm so pleased to participate to the Prix de Lausanne 2021. That's a dream stage.
Hi, this is Sam Park from South Korea. I really hope to learn more and make wonderful experiences by this great opportunity. See you in Switzerland.
Hello, my name is Chloe Coulter and I'm 16 years old. I live in the beautiful state of Colorado in the USA and train in Dallas, Texas with Pavlova Professional Coaching.
And we're going to continue here with the candidate. We're going in the order of age this year, so the men and women are mixed. And the next one, the first candidate of today, is Kate Thomas. She is 16 years and 2 months old from the United States, and she's a student at the Dance Center of San Antonio. So are you ready, Cinthia?
I'm ready.
Good. So let's see Kate Thomas. observing the first candidate of today, Kate Thomas from the United States. And we'll be discovering 20 in total, and each candidate presents a class that they've recorded, so it's interesting also to discover different classes, different methods.
Part of classes, around 10 minutes of classes with different exercise from the bar, and then the center, and then the girls, they have to show 2 or 3 exercises on point shoes with a point work.
Exactly. No, and what I liked here in the bar that we've just seen, she was doing a lot of changing of the legs in the tendu, which I think is very good for the dancer at the bar to make sure that they're really actively using both legs and that their hips are lifted.
To feel where is your weight, where is the floor, how you use the floor to do these dégagés.
Yeah, no, and she's also a very long-limbed young woman.
Very nice, beautiful body. We are watching Kate Thomas from United States. She's 16, and yeah, she was doing right now a little valse with the pirouettes and the oar, and we can see different school with the pirouettes. Every girl turn, a boy also turns very good this year. We have a lot of natural turners, but we can see different schools. We can see those who start the pirouettes and the oar with a stretch leg in the back, and some of them, they start with 2 pliés, 2 demi-pliés, the plié in both legs. But in the end, they manage very good to turn off them.
Yes, no, as we saw yesterday, a lot of the candidates so far are very natural turners. Some turn slow, some turn quick, but in general, they've all been very good turners.
So we just saw a young girl from United States, Kate Thomas. And yeah, she was doing a very dynamic class, I find. And we have a best of to watch.
We're watching here her Petit Allegro. And it's funny, when you watch her dance, she's got very long arms and long legs, but she moves very quickly. Sometimes that can be a challenge for someone with very long limbs, but she has a nice natural coordination.
Yes, and her little Allegro was dynamic with nice little steps, tandem quiz, chassé en tournant, things that we not always see in little Allegros.
Nice
very
elements.
Very nice
good.
combination.
Good. And next up, we have Maya Rose Roberts from the UK, and she's training in Portugal at the Conservatorio Internacional de Ballet y Danza Anarella Sanchez. So let's discover Maya Rose Roberts.
And we are watching Maya Rose Roberts from United Kingdom. She's 16 years old. And it's really nice to discover all these kids in their own studios with their own classes that this is the classes that they were doing the whole year probably. And it's a bit different as in the other editions of the Prix de Lausanne.
Yeah, and I think also, as in the previous video, she was doing quite a few changes of legs in the tendu, working with the inside leg, the outside leg, also rotating from one side to the other, which I think is very good to make sure that you're really well placed and your hips are lifted. And also, as you can see here, the bar that she's on is a very lightweight bar. So when you have a bar like that, you cannot push on the bar or grip on the bar. So that can be a very useful tool.
Yes.
You really have to work from inside yourself. You can't cheat on the bar.
So that means she's very strong and she has a nice balance.
first exercise that she showed in the center, she stepped right up into a fifth and demi-point and then rolled down as she did the développé. So you really saw instantly that she had worked very well at the bar, and she's right on her legs.
Very nice control, and also very nice coordination with the arms and her upper body.
Yeah, you see
she's very natural. She looks very calm.
Nice, easy coordination, and another natural turner.
Yes.
We've been discovering Maya Rose Roberts from the UK. Very talented young dancer. I like she did pirouette attitude devant opening into the rond de jambe. And the training was very well constructed. You could really feel that she had a chance to be on her legs and to be well placed.
Yes, in a very nice balance.
Yeah, and she has a very nice natural coordination between her eyes and her arms. I find that she has a very easy coordination.
And now we discover her again in her point work. It is very clean,
yeah.
Also very good placed on her leg.
Yet you feel that her hips are really lifted. She's really high up on her legs. No, very nice work from Maya Rose Roberts.
Next up, 125.
123.
123.
Pa Loben from South Korea, a student at the Seoul Arts High School.
And we are watching Park Robin from South Korea. And yeah, we can see a clean work at the bar, and we can see more and more boys working at the bar in a very clean way, having nice lines. I think before, for the boys, it wasn't so important to have high legs, nice lines. They were more focused on the big jumps and the technique and the twirlers. And today, more and more, we come to a balance with the girls, at the bar at least, with this clean work of feet and legs.
Yeah, no, I think, ballet technique is really evolving. I think the women are expected now to have a stronger, also in the jumping, more athletic.
More athletic.
And the men are also expected to have much more flexibility.
Yes.
Like we're seeing also here at the Prix, like Wayne McGregor's variations are gender neutral.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
And we've been watching here candidate number 123, Pa Lo-bin from South Korea. We've had a slight technical problem, so I've moved here to the other room. You can see behind me here, we have the jury who's watching all of the videos this week on the big screen here. And we've seen here the young man presenting his classwork. And we will now have a chance to see again one of the excerpts. And this will be his pirouette exercise. And as we've seen here, many of the candidates this year are very good, strong, natural turners. And it was interesting, I found, seeing in his classwork, at the bar, he was actually doing some jumping at the bar and a lot of turning and changing of legs. So it's interesting to see all the different types of classes as well during the course of the week. But I think he did a good job in his class, and he really he presented the full range of the vocabulary. Nice natural turn, and he also presented a more artistic side in his adagio. I felt it was a more interpretive adagio. And I believe this was the time that the jury was able to write down their thoughts before we pass to the next candidate. And up next is from China, number 124, Gao Donju, and he's a student at the ballet school attached to the Hainan Province Song and Dance Ensemble. 21-24, Gao Dongzhu from China. And he's also a strong man, and he gives the impression that he's very physically mature for someone who is only 16 years and 4 months old.
He's very young and he's very tall. He has a very nice body.
You feel in his dancing that he's very determined. He's very, very focused.
Very focused,
and he has power.
Very committed.
we've been watching here, the video, number 124, Gao Dongzhu from China. And I have to say, it's really impressive. He did a really hard class with that series of 4 double tours finishing in arabesque. That's really a very hard element. And especially for a young man who's only 16 and 4 months, he's technically very accomplished. Proportionately, he has very long arms, a nice jump, and I'm sure he will be putting that to good advantage. He will be dancing Franz from Coppelia, Act 3, which we will see on Friday, and also the solo Urge from Heinz Spürli. Oh, and here we see again the 4 double tours finishing in first arabesque. This is a very hard step, and to do 4 in a row, hats off. No, well done. And you can see here also he's got a very high range of all of the skills here for the technical elements. Good, and we will now be passing to our first interview of the day, and Cinthia will be interviewing the artistic director of the Royal Swedish Ballet Étoile of the Paris Opera, Nicolas Le Riche. Cinthia, over to you.
And on est ici avec Nicolas Le Riche. Quel plaisir et quel honneur de vous avoir comme membre du jury. Bonjour Nicolas.
Bonjour Cinthia.
So you are the director of the Swedish National Ballet and you were a famous étoile à l'Opéra de Paris. We have a video from you dancing Carmen. Let's have a look. Wow, quelle présence. Does this ballet have a specific meaning for you?
Yeah, the choreography has been done by Roland Petit, the very famous Roland Petit. And actually, I had the chance to work with him personally, as with many other choreographers. And I feel that when you had the chance actually to work with the choreographer, it's probably the best gift ever to meet someone who has a vision, who have ideas, amazing sensibilities.
course, to receive the details and to really have the atmosphere, no, of the piece.
Yes, and some of the choreographers have this way of revealing the artist inside you. So it's really a gift.
Okay, and you are also very involved with the young. You were coaching the Prix de Lausanne last year for the first time.
Yes, I love young dancers.
Let's watch it.
Don't pull your body back. Huh? Stay on your leg. Put it down. But that's fine, you know it. Okay. Build the relation after this temps levé with this one. So you are really drawing a line. It has the same value as the first one and as the jeté en tournant. Huh? And temps levé, and now long line. Exactly. So it's really like give and take. Give, wait, and then you can go. Huh? Play with the music. And pa pa da pa 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 hop pa da. Yes. Okay, well done. Jeté à l'italienne. Est-ce que tu peux en faire quelques-uns? Essaye d'être bien en ligne et de ne pas aller trop à l'extérieur de ta jambe. Hein? Reste bien en ligne. L'idée, c'est ça. Hein? Même si tu ouvres un peu le bras, la dynamique, elle va en face de toi, jamais sur le côté. Oui, toujours en face, in front, in front, in front, in front. Yes, and the dynamic for this one, it's going forward, 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 not and place, and place. Oui, keep, voilà, très bien, ok.
Beautiful. And it was your first time as a coaching at the Prix de Lausanne. How was your experience with these young dancers?
Well, amazing, actually, because, no, but I mean, you are meeting very talented young dancers, and they are so eager to learn, the curiosity, how much open they are to take absolutely whatever they can. There is absolutely amazing. So it's...
And having this really short time, because it's only a week, it makes a difference with the other coaching. So when you, what is the difference?
I think that's an exercise either for the dancer and for the coach, because actually you know that you have, I think it's two minutes or something like that. So you need to be focused. You need to listen to take what is happening. So yeah, it's a way of being very opportunistic, very open, and really, yes, trying to be as open as possible.
And you can see how they improve during the week. You could see a difference in between the first day and the last day when they were on stage.
Yes, of course, they are meeting different personalities, so they shape their solo differently. But I think this is what is absolutely wonderful. We're talking about meeting a choreographer. When you meet other coaches, that's a way also to open new doors on how you feel, experience, on how you dance.
Okay, and we are thank you, and we are very lucky because we still have a video from you dancing. Let's have a look. beautiful. A very, bravo, a very different role, no? A character role.
Yeah. Actually, when the Prix asked me, do you have some video there? So it was, I really had a love affair with Russia, you know, and I had the chance to meet Yuri Grigorovich and to work with him also and to meet so many beautiful dancers. And it's somehow a bit unexpected from the French dancers to be confronted to this kind of rep. However, I enjoyed it so much.
We can see it. And how important is for you the diversity on the dance?
Well, actually being able to express different characters or being someone different, someone that you are not in the real life, it's amazing. And also when we are looking at those dancers, we have to understand that the vocabulary, ballet is a vocabulary. How you use it to be able to give a deeper insight of who you are, your sensibility, your emotion, your feeling about the flow is so important. Otherwise, those are only words. So beautiful might be a beautiful word. However, how you will shape this word beautiful will make it beautiful.
Of course. Merci beaucoup, Nicolas. C'est magnifique de vous entendre. On doit revenir maintenant. Je vous souhaite une belle journée avec tous ces candidats. Et on doit revenir maintenant sur Jason avec notre prochain candidat.
Great, and thank you very much, Cinthia and Nicola. We will continue. Next up is number 125, Kang Tsi-young from South Korea, and she is a student at the Diamant Ballet Studio. Let's have a look.
we are watching the 125 Kang Tiang from South Korea. And she was doing a beautiful ronde de jambe à la barre. She did a ronde de jambe on the dan. And she managed to really place her leg on the oar in the écarté back and bring the leg in a nice on the oar until the side, until the second position.
Yeah, and you also see here in her grand battement, her work is very sculpted. I find she's really thinking about how she is doing each movement. It's very articulate, how she's presenting her lower legs, how she's presenting herself. No, I feel it's very sculpted.
And the class have a nice rhythm. It goes so nice dynamic, nice rhythm.
And we've been watching here Kang Tse-young from South Korea. And what I like in her dancing is you feel there's a strength through the coordination. She's got very defined muscles, but I find it's done in a harmony.
Yes, and everything is very precise. it's really go from one point to the other one in a very precise way.
Yeah, and I think as we have a chance to sort of see some of her work here again, it's nice because there's a precision, but it's not dry.
No.
It's not military. There's a natural coordination there.
Yes, yes, and also the combinations are nice because she's using different arms and she's changing the épaulements.
Yeah.
Very nice.
No, nice young dancer.
So.
Yeah. Next up, we have also from South Korea, number 126, Yang Ta-won from the Sunhwa Arts High School. No, I think it's interesting watching her adagio at the bar. You see now it's very much become standard. You know, you're expected to have your legs all the way to the ceiling and way up, but this is where you really see a difference in the candidates, is who is able to actually give it an artistic flavor and to actually say something through the movement.
Of course, absolutely. And it's not always easy because we are at the bar, and at the bar we are in general focused really on the technique, but it is very important. And I think I find interesting how all these kids they prepared for this Prix de Lausanne this year, because some of them, they were probably locked down for many months, and they all managed to send really nice videos to stay in shape.
Yes, no, hats off to all of the candidates and all of their teachers.
Yes, well done for them. Congratulations.
have been watching here Yang Tsa-won from South Korea. And I think it's been really interesting just in the past couple of years to see the development of ballet in Korea. When you see Kim Min at the Mariinsky, there's some beautiful Korean dancers really making a mark.
Absolutely. Very nice.
Yep. No, and I think also here we see a young woman who also has a very nice manner, very nice presence.
And very nice body, very coordinated on her arms. Now she's doing her adagio.
No, and I think it's true. No matter which school you come from, there is a standard structure in ballet training. But I always find you really see the difference in the schools most in the port de bras.
Yes.
How dancers use their eyes, their back.
Yes. It's some schools they really teach a movement in the back for classical ballet, and some of them they are much more rigid. And this is very different. You can see a big difference in between the schools today.
Yeah, no, very different focus also in the musicality and the tempos.
Yes.
Yeah. And what we can see here, she's also a very accomplished young lady who is just 16 years and 4 months old.
Yes. And next up, we have 127, Park Aeon, 16 years, 5 months, from South Korea, Seoul Arts High School. And we are watching the candidate 125, Park Hae-yeon from South Korea. And this year we have 16 candidates from South Korea. Am I right?
Yes, no, we have a very strong group this year, and I think ballet is very, very popular in South Korea. We're seeing a lot of very strong dancers.
Very nice schools, very strong schools with a very strong technique.
Yeah. And here also we're seeing a very technically able candidate. I like how she's tiny. She's 1.60 m, but I like that she dances big. She takes the space.
Yes, she takes the space, and she's enjoying her steps and her combinations. And we just saw Park Haeyeon, a young dancer from South Korea with a very strong technique. And we will review here her work, her point work. She's very coordinated and she has a very strong technique on point and on demi-point. She managed to do a lot of relevés and finish very precise in one leg. And nice coordination also with her arms and her legs and her up body. Very strong turns. And now we have a very nice interview with Samuel Wirsten, member of the jury. Let's go to Jason.
Great, so I'm here with Samuel Wirsten, member of the jury this year. Great to have you back, Samuel.
Thank you.
And if you could say 2 words, how is this special edition going for you so far?
Oh, it's going really well so far. I'm enjoying it. I'm sort of enjoying the focus that you have on each candidate. I remember 2 years ago watching classes with many dancers and finding your way and plowing your way through that and assessing them. And this seems much calmer, actually.
Okay, well, good. And I think you've worn more hats at the Prix de Lausanne, and in your career, you know, as the director for many years of Code Arts in Rotterdam, you are now the director of the BA/MA program, dance program at the Zurich Arts University, and running the Holland Dance Festival. And also here at the Prix de Lausanne, you've taught, you've coached, you've been on the jury, you've really contributed a lot. Were there sort of some highlights for you from the past?
Oh, you know, my history with the Prix de Lausanne is such a long one. It's over 24 years, I believe. And I have the fondest memories of, you know, terrorizing poor candidates with a contemporary class. And when I started in 1997, you have to imagine many candidates never had a contemporary class. So now that's all different and everyone is so much more informed. But that was quite something. But I loved it. I really treasure those memories of 13 years, I believe, of teaching those classes each year. That was a definite highlight.
Oh,
and
good.
being on the jury as well.
Oh, well, good. Well, we've got some video clips so we can see you in action here. So let's have a look.
blast from the past.
Well, exactly. No, and I have to ask you, Samuel, as someone who, you curate festivals, you teach, you coach. I have to ask you, is there something else that you haven't done that you would really like to do? Sort of a burning next passion?
No, I mean, when I look at my life in dance, I think it's mainly two big construction sites. One is my festival work, where my main mission is to generate an interest for dance, to build audiences. And the other is education, and I've been able to work in Rotterdam for many years, and now in Zurich. And my belief in the future of dance really lies in education. So these are two construction sites that are just ongoing and never ending. And I feel very privileged in my career. I had so many opportunities. So I don't really have that kind of wish list. I just hope that I could continue doing what I'm doing, actually. That's maybe what I wish for.
Well, very good. And then with exactly what you're doing now, we're going to see the next video clip is representing the Holland Dance Festival. So what would attract you to a work that you would like to bring?
That's a really hard question, because it's a festival that is not bound to a style, or so we're not pretending to be the avant-garde or the conservative festival. It's just dance in its many facets. So anything that I see could capture my interest, really. And for me, it's important to introduce things to an audience. And so we have a strong track record of first-timers for the Netherlands, which is quite a challenge, I have to tell you, because there are a lot of things have been presented in Holland over the years. But we still managed to have like a 90% first time to be seen in Holland. So that's an aim I always try to fulfill and chase.
Great. Well, let's have a look. Yeah. Clip of the Holland Dance Festival.
As you can see, even ice skaters, ice dancing from Canada, by the way.
Oh, wow. So it's a huge diversity.
Right.
And I think you could probably draw some parallels between the Holland Dance Festival and the Prix de Lausanne. It's also about discovering new talents and potential and...
Absolutely. I think this, what keeps feeding the evolution of dance is really the discovery of talent and the exposing of talent, So creating platforms where talent can be seen and discovered is really an essential contribution. And the Prix is doing that. We're doing that with the Holland Dance Festival. You're doing that with your school. So luckily, many, many people in the world are working on that. But I believe that's the source where dance has this continuum. Mm-hmm. And I'm never worried about the future of dance or the next talent. Will it come? Yes, it will come. Like as long as there are human beings on this planet, there will be dancers, and dance will continue.
Exactly. And if you had a little bit of a word of advice to give for young candidates who might be watching or thinking about entering the Prix next year?
Oh, I think it's really, looking also at the time we're living in, I would say, sustain your momentum, have the courage, find the support where you can find it. Also, I'm addressing this not just to the young dancers, also to their parents, their families, their friends. Support someone who has the dream to dance. It's as important as the person, him or herself, wanting to dance, is to have a support system around you that helps you, chasing that dream and realizing that dream.
Great. Well, very wise words. Thank you very much. And then I will allow you to get back to join your fellow jury members, and I will pass the word to Cinthia, and we will discover our next candidate.
Thank you, Jason. Great interview. I think this year we are lucky, very lucky to have this amazing, wonderful jury with us. And let's go to the next candidate, 129, Chloe Coulter from United States. She's 16 and 6 months. And Pavlova, she's coming for Pavlova Professional Coaching.
we're watching Chloe Coulter.
From United States, she's 16. And yeah, she has very nice proportions. She's and her movements are very long. She's dancing very big, very long. Even in a smaller studio, she takes the space.
Yeah. No, I find also it's nice, and she has a nice, easy axe for turning.
Yes.
And you feel a natural coordination, how she uses her focus, her eyes, and how she's using her length to her advantage.
And we just saw Chloe Coulter from United States, and I'm curious to see her contemporary solo as well as a classical variation, but contemporary, I'm curious to see her movement in contemporary ballet. She will be dancing Rain by Kim Sung Chang, a new solo from the Prix de Lausanne this year.
Yes, no, she's also caught my interest, and I think as we've seen here in the video, she has a very natural coordination. I like she had some moments in the class when she did the pirouettes and she finished by opening her arms. There were some nice moments of suspension.
And here we are watching her adagio, and yeah, she has a nice coordination also with the body, with the upper body, with the arm, with the head. She has a nice movement in the neck, her neck. And her arms are very soft, very light.
Yeah, no, I'm curious as well to see her in both of her variations. No, and there's something, she's caught my interest. She has a nice presence.
Very high attitude, nice attitude.
Yes, nice long lines and a nice easy turn as well. Yes, no, nice work. And
nice
next
work.
up, we have number 130, Gwendolyn Nagy from the Hungarian Dance Academy. là, on est en train de regarder Gwendolen Nage du Hungarian Dance Academy à Budapest. Et on voit aussi une candidate cette année qui s'est très bien tournée,
Oui.
à droite et à gauche.
Et à gauche, elle nous a montré un exercice à droite et à gauche. Donc, elle contrôle ses pirouettes des deux côtés. C'est rare.
Oui, non, c'est rare, mais elle a bien travaillé la barre, hyper propre, très correcte, bien placée.
Et toi, Jason, tu tournais mieux à droite ou à gauche?
Oh, je ne tournais pas. Moi, j'aimais mieux les petits sauts et l'adagio.
Dynamique, dynamique.
Voilà.
I remember. Je me rappelle dans tes classes, dynamique.
For the viewers who are just joining us, we are watching here the videos.
Yes.
And for this special edition, the videos have come from the 4 corners of the world.
Yes, and from Monday to Thursday, we're watching videos around 10 minutes each candidate. And yes, we will see on Saturday a classical variation as well as a contemporary variation for those same 28 candidates. And 20 candidates will be selected for the finals.
Exactly. Yeah, and also this year, brand new, is the Young Creators Award, and we will be seeing that on Wednesday evening with the 5 finalists who will be presenting their original choreography, and then the 2 winners will be announced during the finals, and their solos will be part of the contemporary repertoire for next year's competition.
Exactly, absolutely.
we've been viewing the video, number 130, Gwendolyn Naj from the Hungarian Dance Academy in Budapest. And I find her very accomplished, and I liked, by the end, I felt her becoming more free in her movement. She was sort of, more confident, and she did a pirouette from 4th position on point.
Which very difficult.
Very difficult. You don't see that very often.
No, because you don't have any impulse to take this period. You really have to find the power in your body, on your own body, to take this period. Very difficult.
Yeah, and she's also chosen to dance Le Sacre du Printemps from Richard Wehrlock, which is a very big and powerful.
Yes.
So I'm very curious to see her in that work. No, I liked her sense here, as we can see again now in the Grand Allegro. She had a great sense of freedom, and I'm curious to see, okay, let's keep going, and see her now in the Richard Wehrlock.
And our next candidate, 131, Johnson Petra from United States, independent.
watching here Petra Johnson, an independent candidate from the United States. And as we've seen it several times in the bar here, she's really well on her leg and got a good sense of her balance.
Her axe, it's really defined, and she has a nice coordination, and the combination have a nice rhythm, different rhythms. She was doing little piquets, little jetés with change of leg, different rhythms.
Yeah, no, she's making very clear choices about the accents, about how, and the working with resistance as she closes into positions, and how she presents, not. Johnson, we're seeing a very technically accomplished young lady. She's doing very hard elements, and I think in general everybody's doing on a very high technical level. Cinthia, how would you define potential? Like, what would draw your attention?
I think the technique is one thing. It's important today. We have to, but the potential, it's to try to see how far a young dancer can go, how the body will develop, but also the artistic part, how far he can go with the artistic part, and what do you feel when you watch a dancer? This is important. we just saw Petra Johnson, a young lady from United States, and she was doing a really dynamic end of the class. We saw in the end nice tombé, coupé, jeté, a really nice little diagonal on point.
Yeah.
I think what I saw on her that I appreciate is her focus. She has her eyes very connected with her steps.
Yeah, no, I like how as the class went on, she became more and more free and open in her expression. You sort of got a feeling she was relaxing and enjoying it more, and you could get an idea of who she is as a young dancer and artist. So, no, very nice.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that was actually our last candidate for this morning's session. And we will be back at 2 o'clock Swiss time. And we will pass the word back now to Kathy.
And now it's time for a peek into one of our amazing partner companies, the English National Ballet. We value our network of partner schools and companies, and I would like to thank them for their collaboration. Stay tuned. Come back at 2 p.m. for our live streaming to continue here at the Palace Hotel and in Lausanne. And I'll see you later. À tout à l'heure. Hello, and welcome back again to the day 2 of the Prix de Lausanne Video Edition 2021. This is our 49th year. I am with our 9-member jury in the beautiful Lausanne Palace Hotel. And right now, they will continue the evaluations and marking of the junior candidates and then going into the senior girls and boys candidates. This will be the ballet class from Monday to Thursday. The order in which you will be seeing these variations and commented by Cinthia and Jason is by age from the youngest to the oldest. You'll be seeing our world map presenting the next 10 candidates on your screen now. Enjoy.
Hi, my name is Luisa Falcão and I came from Brazil, and I'm so excited to participate in Prix de Lausanne 2021.
日本から出場するコンテンポラリーバレエスタジオダンスナット所属の青木優也です。
Hello, my name is Tamuka. Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity.
Hi, my name is Morgan Spears and I am so excited and grateful to be selected for the 2021 Prix de Lausanne.
Hi everyone, my name is Eleanor Broughton. I'm from North Carolina and I dance at the University of North Carolina School of the Arts.
Good afternoon and welcome back to all of our viewers. I'm here with Cinthia.
Hello.
And we're from the world map that we've just seen. We're going to continue now. So first up in this afternoon session is candidate number 132, Zinan Guo from China. She is a student at the Mianyang Buyan Professional Arts School. watching here the first candidate of this afternoon, Sinan Guo. And I think, you know, it's, as a dancer, it's one of the only professions in the world where you start every day with training. You have to question and start again and see if you can learn something new every day.
Yes, and actually every day you have to find something new, but it's actually the same thing. It's the grand plié and dégagé and jeté, the same routine every day. And it's up to us, up to the dancers, to find new things to work, to discover, to improve.
Yeah, and as we can see here at the beginning of her bar, she's being filmed from a very profile angle. But you know, you can see that she's really working on using her whole body, working her turnout and getting herself, as we would say in dance, it sounds funny, on your legs. You know, being placed and ready to go.
And she's changing legs, so to find the axe, to feel comfortable then on the center when we let the bar.
I think it's interesting watching her grand battement. You can phrase them so many different ways, but here she really had the accent up, but then very clearly how she placed her toes on the floor and actually stopped in tendu before closing.
Yes, and actually it's very good for the dynamic to learn how to control a leg coming down and not to throw the leg to the floor.
Or to let it drop down. You actually have to bring the leg down and place it in fifth or first or on the floor.
Absolutely. we just saw Go Zinan from China. And we can see different schools. We saw there when she turns that we have some schools that ask the passé croisé, and the other school that they ask the passé almost in the side of the knee. And yeah, this is the little difference that we can see on these young dancers, and it's very interesting.
Yeah, no, and also you can see in her fouette turns.
Yes.
Some teach the fouette where you almost open your leg to the front and it opens to the side.
With the
Other ones
rond-de-jambe.
directly to the side. There's many different approaches to the same step.
Yes.
But no, very
It's
accomplished.
different way to do.
Yeah.
And our next candidate, it's 133, Falcao Luisa, from Brazil, Grupo Cultural de Dança Ilha.
And we're watching here Luisa Falco from Brazil. And one thing that I noticed, you can see very clearly here, she's enjoying it. There's just, I find with a lot of the Brazilians, there's just this natural pleasure. You just feel their emotions.
Absolutely, absolutely. And her face, she's focused. She's looking around when she does her port de bras. He has a nice movement on the head.
Yeah, and everything is very well placed at the bar. Nice presentation of her leg and her développé à la seconde. And she has a very natural coordination through her neck and her head. There's nothing that seems stiff or learned. It's a very nice, easy coordination.
Yes.
We've been watching alongside the jury, as you can see here on the screen, Luisa Falco from Brazil. Another natural turner. This year, everybody's just lots of natural turners.
And she did these little jumps, the petit allegro, very nice. She has a nice rebound and this suspension on the jumps that I find this very interesting.
Yeah. And I felt right from the beginning of the class, you felt that she loves to dance. You just felt a natural ease and freedom and
great energy, great energy.
And she, all of the hops on the relevés en pointe and arabesque and the diagonals, not easy, but you felt she was very solid and good. Yes, good. And next up, we have number 134, Levi Miller, a student at the Tanya Pearson Academy in Australia.
Levi Miller from Australia, a nice tall boy, 181. And yeah, this is very good actually for padded, for partnering, to have tall boys available to lift also the tall girls.
Yeah, no, I think every company nowadays is looking for tall men. Everybody's getting taller and taller, but no, we're seeing here a nice young man, very clean work at the bar.
Because also the girls are getting taller today.
And we've just been watching the video of Levi Miller, a student at the Tanya Pearson Academy in Australia. And over the years, we've seen a lot of good dancers coming out of Australia, a lot of good training going on. And as we've just seen in his classwork here, he's a very nice, tall young man. He's 181 tall, and he's got a nice mix of flexibility, mobile feet, as you can see here in his adagio. And he did some very nice brisés. He did his sisas, his double tours. Nice potential. And I liked how in the Grand Allegro, I think maybe it's his favorite exercise. That's when he cracked a smile and enjoyed it. But no, nice young man. And he will be dancing the solo Grinding the Teeth from Goyo Montero and Colas from La Female Garde. So I'm looking forward to seeing him in his variations on Friday. See here also in his adagio, very focused. He looks very determined. And for a tall young man, he also had very good small allegro, petit allegro. And now we're going to pass to an interview, and I will pass the microphone over to Cinthia. Cinthia, over to you.
Merci Jason. Et nous sommes là en compagnie de Katarzyna Gdanix. C'est un grand plaisir de vous avoir avec nous.
Merci beaucoup.
Bonjour. Donc, vous êtes la directrice de la compagnie Linga, mais vous étiez aussi la gagnante du Prix de Lausanne en 83.
Exact.
Je vous invite à découvrir ces images. Magnifique, on voit déjà une grande personnalité. Qu'est-ce que vous ressentez quand vous revoyez cette vidéo?
C'est déjà drôle de se voir après 30 ans. Je pense que vous n'étiez pas encore né en voyant ça.
Oh.
Mais oui, bon, je suis arrivée de Pologne.
Oui, racontez-nous un peu
une
votre
des
arrivée.
premières danseuses, je pense, candidates à arriver des pays de l'Est. Donc, vous voyez mes mauvaises chaussons, mon tutu qui n'était pas vraiment parfait. Et voilà, c'était un stress énorme, mais je me suis découverte dans un concours comme une aiguille dans un foin.
Oui, mais c'était magnifique, justement. Alors, on a encore une petite surprise, une petite vidéo à vous montrer. Waouh, magnifique. Alors, qu'est-ce que vous avez à dire sur cette variation? On voit le public au milieu qui applaudit. C'était un grand succès.
Alors, je me sentais déjà beaucoup plus à l'aise dans cette variation-là parce que c'était quelque chose que j'ai fait moi-même avec mon père. À l'époque, en Pologne, on n'avait pas vraiment des chorégraphes contemporains. Donc, on a décidé de faire ces solos ensemble. Mon père, qui était artiste du cirque à l'époque.
D'accord.
Et il m'a dit, voilà, si tu vas au Prix de Lausanne, il faut quand même, avec ces solos libres, faire quelque chose de différent que les autres, puisqu'il y aura sûrement plein de choses magnifiques. Donc, on a décidé que j'aurais un accident sur scène et que puis je reviendrai plus tard. Et voilà, ça s'est passé comme ça.
Et ça a très bien marché puisque
ça a marché parce que quand je suis sortie des scènes, ils ont même appelé les médecins, je crois.
Et alors, est-ce que le Prix de Lausanne a changé quelque chose dans votre vie, dans votre carrière, tout simplement? Mais
c'était une ouverture, comme j'ai déjà dit. Je suis arrivée de Pologne, donc après, je suis retournée. Après, j'ai eu quand même les prix. Je suis retournée finir mes études, mon bac. Et puis, je suis retournée, et c'est là où il rentre le rôle d'Elvire, qui m'a énormément aidée. Parce qu'Elvire, c'était vraiment une grande dame de la danse, et elle avait l'œil pour les petits talents. Donc, voilà, il m'a un peu tirée de là. Et puis, elle a décidé de me faire venir en France, à Cannes. Et puis, on a décidé ensemble de faire des auditions. Donc, la première audition que j'ai passée, c'était justement pour les ballets du XXe siècle à Bruxelles, chez Maurice Béjart.
Chez Maurice Béjart. Et alors, vous avez dansé pendant plusieurs années chez Maurice Béjart. Et aujourd'hui, et après, vous avez créé votre propre compagnie.
Alors, je dansais 8 ans chez Maurice. Et puis, je crois que j'avais marre des grandes compagnies. J'ai toujours voulu être chorégraphe.
D'accord.
Petite, même à l'école, je faisais mes chorégraphies propres. Et puis, j'ai décidé de devenir chorégraphe et fonder ma propre compagnie ici à Lausanne.
On peut découvrir votre compagnie en images?
Merci.
Donc, parlez-nous un peu de ce qu'on vient de voir.
Mais vous voyez que ça change. Après 30 ans, ça devient ça. Donc, c'est à ça qui sert aussi les prix de Lausanne.
D'accord.
Alors, c'est un teaser qui était fait pour la foire des arts de la scène pour les Cinards au Canada. Donc, les jurys des Cinards, ils nous ont demandé de nous présenter notre travail. Donc là, vous voyez 3 pièces. Et la première était primée elle a reçu les prix de la Confédération de la danse en 2019.
Waouh! Voilà. Et j'ai entendu, quels sont les projets de la compagnie? Parce que j'ai entendu qu'il y a une création.
Alors, nous sommes en train de travailler. La création se passera 24 et 25 avril au Théâtre de l'Octogone. Et on travaille sur un sujet. Les thèmes, c'est les cosmos.
D'accord, super.
Donc, la constellation des danseurs.
D'accord.
Et puis, on va évoluer comme ça jusqu'au avril. Puis, on verra.
Super. Merci beaucoup pour votre temps.
Merci.
Et puis, on va repasser à Jason pour voir les prochains candidats. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci à Cinthia et Katarzyna. We will continue now, and next up is number 135, Koharu Yamamoto from Japan, and she is a student at the Conservatoire National Supérieur de Musique et de Danse de Paris. And we're watching Koharu Yamamoto, a student of the Paris Conservatoire. And the first thing I notice here is even when she's just beginning the simplest exercises at the bar, her whole body is breathing and moving. You just feel the energy, like see how she's lifting her wrist and her elbows and her focus. I find there's a very nice energy going through her whole body.
Yeah, and also we feel that she's dancing with the music, inside of the music. She's taking the music and dance inside of the music.
Yes. Lovely work at the bar, and even at the beginning of the center, she's holding her balance, but she's not holding her breath. There's movement, she's lengthening.
Because actually balance it shouldn't be a static position.
No.
Balance, it should continue until the moment that you have to go down, but not a static position. And we can see on her very good this breathing until the top, the maximum of her balance.
Very nice qualities here. And we've just been watching Koharu Yamamoto beautiful work, just some beautiful enchaînements, and just some beautiful qualities. Her timing, the musicality, the phrasing.
Yes, very, very dynamic. She has a natural dynamic on her body that she can manage to do really very fast little steps and then hold them for a moment and then slow down, playing with the music.
Yeah.
She's playing with the music.
Yeah, no, and it's amazing because she's doing very difficult combinations,
yes,
but she makes it look so easy.
And also, I like the way when she finishes a step, she breathes, she goes up before going down, even in the difficult period.
Yeah. No, I think she's very aware of the nuances. Beautiful work from her teachers. Beautiful combinations.
And a lot of control, but because it's very difficult what she's doing. She just did a fouette arabesque with a passe en tournant, and it's not easy. And next up, we have 136 Yuya Aoki from Japan, Contemporary Ballet Studio Dance Nuts. So we are watching Yuya Aoki, candidate number 136 from Japan. And we saw just now he's again a natural turner.
Yes. No, it seems everybody this year is very natural turners, and he's just beginning his jumping here, and something tells me he's going to be a jumper.
Yes, we can see it already now. And we just saw Yuya Aoki from Japan. And as we said before, a jumper and a natural turner. We could see, and the particularity is that he turns very fast. He's very dynamic. Her head is very fast when he turns.
Yeah. No, I'm curious because he's got a, as you can see here in the replay, he's got a huge, he almost hits the ceiling on that cabriole.
Yes.
He's got a huge jump, and he's actually chosen a solo for Diego from Richard Wehrlock.
Beautiful.
And Harlequinade. Yes, so I'll be curious to discover more of how he is as an interpretive artist. The solo for Diego has very much to do with timing and musicality and interpretation.
Very precise, the pirouettes in the end.
Yes. No, very good.
Nice.
And the next candidate is also from Japan, number 137. And this is the final candidate in the junior group, Tomoka Sato, number 137, student of the Ballet Studio KK International. watching Tomoka Sato, and here also I'm finding from the very beginning of the bar she has a very nice, fresh, open energy in her face, and she's got a very accented work. She's very aware of how she's placing her feet back into fifth and the timings.
And she's playing with the accents, and this is very interesting. All her tendus, dégagés and jetés, are in different accents. So she's playing with the accent out and the accent in, and very precise.
Yeah, and I like how she's really phrasing how she gets in and gets out of her plie.
We can see it really clear.
Yeah, that will help her jump.
Yeah.
Also, we can see in the grand battements, she's really controlling, she's doing the grand battement and really controlling the timing of how she brings her leg down. Often grand battement can just be sort of throw your leg up and it falls down, but she's really presenting the desired timing very clearly.
And this is important work because it's the way that we're going to control after for the girls on point shoes.
Exactly.
It's very important to control the going down when you do a glissade développé and to be quiet.
Exactly, and when you use that resistance on the way down, it helps you to lift on your supporting side.
Of course, absolutely.
Very nice lines, nice arabesque.
And this was our last candidate of the junior category, Tomoka Sato from Japan. And we saw also a very nice point work and nice combinations. As I said before, I find her very precise on the music. And now on her échappées, we can see a very nice landing on the point. She's really using the demi-point to go up on the point and to go down on the point. Very precise. Enjoying her combination on point, her little échappées. She looks very light. And very nice pirouette in the end. And this was the end of our junior category for today. And let's go to Jason, who is with Kim Sun-chan, a member of the jury.
And I have the pleasure to be here with a member of the jury this year, Kim Sun-chan. Welcome to the Prix.
Thank you, Jason.
And so how does it feel for you? Because you're here this year not only as a member of the jury, but you're also going to be where your choreography is included.
It's really a pleasure and it's really an honor in both ways, being a jury member and to be a choreographer, to have your work being displayed by young talent is, of course, really an exceptional honor and pleasure to be a part of that.
Sure. And now everybody has a different pathway of how they got into the profession. How did it go for you as a young man?
I guess I would probably have one of the more unusual stories of how I started to dance. I would have to blame my mother first. So no one in my family danced and dances even today. My mother had the idea that I should maybe work on some social skills since I was quite shy as a kid, and she decided that she would kind of enroll me or have someone come and work with me on some social dance skills. And that was the first, so my first foot into the dance world. And that kind of went on and continued into eventually going into ballet. And then I started quite late in my ballet training and career.
Mm-hmm. And then you went on to have a very good career, very strong career in both Zurich and Basel, and you're now the director of the dance company in St. Gallen. And so I would like to give the viewers here a chance to have a look at your company in action. Wow, really nice.
Thank you.
And now I would like to ask, because you're a very multi-dimensional artist where you usually design not only the choreography, but also the sets, the lighting. Maybe you could talk a bit about your creative process.
I think this also came a little bit by chance. As I mentioned before, I started dance quite late, and my original studies are actually in graphic design and studio in visual arts. So since I can remember, I've always been with a pencil in my hand and drawing on paper. But of course, as I discovered dance at a later age, as I came to the point where I was going to stop dancing, and I also then discovered choreography, it kind of became a full circle. And out of financial reasons, the first choreography I did, then I designed the stage and the costumes, and it kind of just continued on from there, where I brought these different mediums together.
Nice. And now for the solo that you've created that will be part of the repertoire this year for the Prix de Lausanne, could you tell us a little bit about your inspiration?
The solo is titled Rain, and it's actually an excerpt from a full evening piece, which is about 60 minutes long. And the piece was my first production as I began in St. Gallen last season. and it's inspired from a poem from Henry Longfellow called The Rainy Day. And I find this poem, one, it's very beautiful to read it, but it's also very interesting because it was in a point in his life where his first wife had passed away. And in this poem, there's a lot of this tragedy or this kind of having to get himself out of a dark place in the text of this poem. And I use this as an inspiration to create this first work.
Okay.
And the solo that you'll see is actually the point in the piece where it's turning, where it's coming from a dark place more into light, because it is a positive, it is a hopeful piece of literature.
Okay, great, thank you. And now we can have a look at you actually coaching this solo.
And through. And also when you take your leg there, it's an action-reaction. So the action is the hand, the reaction is the leg extending, yes? Let's go through from that last bit of the gesture after the, yes, that's it. And back. On that, yes, that's it. And down, and soft like a cat. Stretch, open. And good. Take the port de bras, swing, and up. Through and reach. That's it.
Very nice work.
Thank you.
And as part of your creative process, do you look for dancers who also contribute, or do you give the movement vocabulary? Or
I say it's like a beautiful volley in a tennis match. And of course, I look for dancers that can send the ball back to me over the net. So it's a beautiful, I always look for this interesting dialogue. So of course, I look for a creativity from the dancer's side, as well as I'll also sometimes bring a certain clear movement, but I also leave a lot of space for also their interpretation and their input.
Oh, cool. Well, a lot of the candidates this year have chosen your solo, so I'm very curious, as I'm sure you are, to see their interpretations of your work on Friday. And we can now actually show you a glimpse of the whole work.
Okay.
Wow, very powerful work. I love how it's got all the aspects. They all really complement each other.
Yeah, the piece also was very much involved or very much inspired not only from the poem, but also from the space. We have quite an interesting industrial space in St. Gallen. And so the scenery that I built was also adapted that would work, but at the same time work with the space, but also create a lot of different landscapes within the room that we were performing in.
Okay, cool. And if you were to give a bit of advice, I'm sure there's many young dancers out there watching.
I think the one, I think, real important perspective to have as a student or as a dancer or as an artist is that to never believe that you know everything. And I think when you have that instilled, you will always be open for new information, for learning something new, and for having an open perspective and a new perspective on what's ahead. So be a sponge, suck all the information up that's possible around you.
Great, well, very good advice. Thank you very much, and I will let you rejoin the rest of the jury, And we will pass the mic back to Cinthia to discover now the first candidate of the senior group.
Thank you, Jason. And we start with our first senior candidate, 201, Amber Skaggs from United States, Master Ballet Academy.
This is the first candidate in the senior group. So this is Amber Skaggs from the United States. She is 17 years and 0 months old, and I believe she's just finished her bar work here. And very well done. She seems very self-assured. She has power, strength, well placed. Nice work at the bar.
Very nice bar, very nice bar. And now she started the center work, and she looks also very confident on her steps. Her combination.
Yeah, no, she seems to be very well placed, and once again, another nice, easy turner. And we're watching Amber Skaggs. She has very nice proportions.
Yes, very nice lines. She has long legs. She has very long legs.
No, very nice lines. And I like that. I feel watching her, it makes me feel confident. Like I know that she knows what she's doing. She's thought about it.
She doesn't show any effort when she dances. And this is very pleasant for us.
Yeah, it's hard enough as it is. We don't need to see it.
It's hard enough as it is. And this was Amber Skaggs from United States. She's 17 years old, and she was the first candidate of our senior category.
Exactly. So those are students who are looking possibly to enter into a partner school or a partner company as an apprentice.
Yes, of course, because some of them, they are ready to go to companies. And yes, and it's very interesting. We saw her on her work that she is really mature.
Yep.
And confident in her steps and what she's doing.
Exactly. And watching her, you feel at ease because I just feel like you know that she is going to do it, and very stable.
Very stable, yes.
Yes, and she will be dancing
great extensions also.
Yes.
She's showing now the adagio at the bar, and she has great extensions, great proportions.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see her also in the work of Goyo Montero, and she will be dancing Grand Pas Classique from Aubert.
Grand Pas Classique, very difficult variation.
Yeah, but I'm sure if she has chosen it with her teachers, I'm sure they feel that she's up to it. So
of course.
I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Very nice variation.
And now our next candidate is number 202, Morgan Spears from Australia, a student at the Tanya Pearson Academy, and she is also exactly 17 years old. deutschsprachiges Publikum. Ein herzliches Willkommen. Schon die zweite Tag waren die 49. Prix de Lausanne und wir sehen, wir haben gestern, heute und für die nächsten 2 Tage, wir werden alle die Kandidaten sehen in die klassischen Training. Das sind alle die Videos, was sie haben geschickt für die Präselektion in Oktober. And we're watching now, this is Morgan Spears from the Tanya Pearson Academy. And there's been a lot of good dancers coming to the Prix over the years from Australia, also from Tanya Pearson. And here also we see she's very well trained, very able. Nice, rond de jambe en l'air.
Yes, very nice. She shows very nice exercise at the bar. Now we are watching her grand battement, and she has a very nice extension also.
And this was the video from Morgan Spears, a very talented young lady from the Tanya Pearson Academy in Australia.
And we are watching the senior category now.
Exactly.
17 to 18 years old.
Yeah.
And we have the next, we have a best of from her.
Yeah, she has a very nice sense of control. I found that she's really put a lot of thought into how she presents herself. There's a nice balance, nice turn, nice ease, very well placed. And I found also she you could feel her joy when she got to the jumps, that she was allowed to move and travel.
Yes, and her face, she's relaxed, she's enjoying what she's doing.
Yes, no, she's a very pretty young woman.
Girl. Yes.
Yeah, and she will be dancing actually Rain from Kinson, which we were just watching.
Yes.
And who is next?
Next, 203, Eleanor Broughton from United States, University of North Carolina School of Arts.
Watching Eleanor Broughton, a student at the University of North Carolina School of the Arts. Also very nice work here at the bar. Very long limb, long arms. No, long very nice work. Yes, nice presence.
Nice presence, nice feet.
Yeah. No, good work. Nice dynamic. And also this year, which is different because of the special edition, the jury is actually watching each candidate, and then they will receive a third of their mark based on their class, a third from the classical variation on Friday, and a third from the contemporary. And then we will find out Friday evening who the finalists are.
Et on est en train de regarder la candidate 203, Eleanor Broughton, des États-Unis. Elle a 17 ans. Et on voit ici une belle dynamique, une belle présence. Et elle utilise bien l'espace.
Oui, c'est aussi des jolis enchaînements. Elle a bien fait le petit allegro. Elle a un passo moyenne. Et c'est aussi, j'aime bien les tempi.
Oui, c'est dynamique.
C'est dynamique, c'est vivant.
C'est très vivant, on est d'accord.
Ouais.
C'est très vivant. Il y a des changements de direction qui sont intéressantes aussi. And we just saw Eleanor Broughton from United States, a young dancer, 17 years old, a dynamic, very dynamic young dancer. And we saw in the end her point work was interesting because it was, it was dynamic, it was traveling a lot.
Yeah, no, and I felt also, I like that she really sort of relaxed her face at the end. You could really feel she was enjoying it. No, she has a very nice natural presence, and she will be dancing Aurora's variation from Act 3 of Sleeping Beauty and Le Sacre du Printemps from Richard Wehrlock.
Yes, who is a very strong variation.
Exactly, strong, and you need power and freedom, so I think it's a good choice.
Good choice.
Yeah, and so that was the final candidate that we will be presenting here today. So we look forward to seeing all of our spectators tomorrow. We'll be back at 10 o'clock in the morning for more tomorrow. Cinthia?
Alors, merci beaucoup. Revenez demain. On se retrouve à 10 heures pour beaucoup de surprises et une belle journée, plein de belles danseurs. On passe la parole à Cathy maintenant.
So keep watching, as next we have 2 videos of our remarkable partner schools, the Royal Winnipeg Ballet School and the Houston Ballet School. Keep watching, and you will see also recent archives of our past competitions. And tomorrow morning, we will be back live at 10 a.m. with our live streaming Swiss time. Today's footage will be available on ARTE Concert website, as well as the Prix de Lausanne social media. See you tomorrow. À demain.